Also nice, maybe that I must mention, Investec took it upon themselves to say they are going to host that summit. And not only that, Ntate Tladi, you are here. Ntate Tladi is also working on a program more service providers tsa rona. Hore di service provider bathong le ka se tle fela ka nako ya ntho ya well done. Well done o tla at the end. Tsontsho tsamaye le rona this journey and begin to help us. Ha ke bua bluntly, I usually say, hey, if baka afford ka nnete ho reka body ke di ntho tse tsa lona ntate le body verve. If they can afford to buy that every weekend, I'm telling you, baka khona ho thusa dikolo tsaka di khone ho promote reading ko dikolong. Skebela nkabanya le di service provider lona la re ke tseba re ka di verve. I'm just citing an example hore ka nnete ke bua fela hore they can really afford to help you. Program director, let us be clear. Centering primary education is not just about cognitive outcomes. It is about the holistic development and the well-being of our children. It's about their socialization as well. That's why we are involving parents and communities. It is about preparing young people not just for jobs, but for life. To listen, to question, and to imagine, and to lead. Before I conclude, allow me to close with the timeless wisdom of Toni Morrison, who once said, I quote, "If you can't imagine it, you can't have it." Close quote. This summit is above all an act of radical imagination. It is about envisioning our rural schools not as neglected outposts, but as emerging frontiers of excellence. It is about refusing to see our children as faceless statistics in a falling system, but rather as divine possibilities, each one carrying within them the spark of transformation. This is a space where we dare to believe that classrooms built of hope can be steadier than those built of bricks, that the small hands we nurture today will shape the democracy, the economy, and the soul of South Africa tomorrow. This is about us as leaders, educators, parents, policymakers, and public servants, reclaiming the revolutionary promise of education to equalize, to uplift, and to liberate. And this reclamation demands not comfort, but courage. As Thomas Sankara once reminded us, I quote, "You cannot carry out fundamental change without a certain degree of madness. It takes the courage of a dreamer." Close quotes. Today, let us be those dreamers. Let us be those builders. Let us center primary education, not because it is convenient, but because it is necessary, it is righteous, and it is non-negotiable. Let history record that on this day, in this moment, we as agents of change, that's what I call you. We call ourselves agents of change in our lifetime. We choose courage over complacency. We choose implementation over rhetoric. We choose children over statistics. We choose the future over fear. And above all, we choose love for humanity. I should have actually started with this quotation by a Cuban revolutionary, Ernesto Che Guevara, who says, I quote, "At the risk of seeming ridiculous, let me say that the true revolutionary is guided by a great feeling of love. It is impossible to think of a genuine revolutionary lacking this quality." I close quote. Can we love each other? Can we love our children? Can we love our teachers? Without that love, we will not be able to transform the system. Can we love our teachers? My subject advisors, my officials, can we treat them with dignity? Can we treat the principals with dignity? Principals, can you teach with love? And let us love these kids. Some dividends, they will reciprocate. I usually argue to say that ba opisa ditlo mara le ko matlong a rona re na le bona ba ba yalo ena ga ba rata re ba bitsa bopapi a ke re mara ke nnete. Above all, guys, love will take us somewhere. Let me thank all of you in here, SMTs, teachers, SGPs, our teacher unions, our partners, and our officials, and wish you a constructive and innovative summit. We need to be innovative. Together, let's make primary education fashionable. With that, I declare the Free State Provincial Primary Education Summit officially open. Let us begin. Let us build. I thank you all. Ke a leboga.
Matso hape Muna Haile mu etapili Muna Haile mu etapili Ale moita pili Ale moita Ale moita pili Ale moita pili Ale moita pili Mutu amona Aile mohita pili Aile mohita mutu Aile mohita pili Aile mohita pili Aile mohita pili Ale 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 mohita pili Aile mohita pili Thank you very much. A round of applause. No, MEC Raleboa, MEC. you have really centered primary school education. Indeed, we are happy and we are satisfied as leaders and teachers in the primary schools. Thank you very much. I am requested to request the Honorable MEC to come forward, and you don't have to go up stage, just in front there. The task team is saying on behalf of all of us, thank you really for making sure that we become the real builders and dreamers. Bothata ba ka fela mane Mr. Lekgopo ke le ka utlwa reverberate ya ngopotsa nye conscientiousness ka ra mona reverberate ke ena ya ntho di a qala mona reverberate ka ra la e khona ka Thank you very much. Thank you very much, MEC. A round of applause for that. Onane motho mong ya reng bona MEC ntate montsho ke gola o nkile di notes re bona nako e sebetswa jwang that. Okay. Thank you very much, MEC. Another round of applause. Colleagues, I'm sure we really made and we took notes of what MEC has been saying, which will really assist when we go into those commissions. Because those commissions must be fruitful, we must really engage, so that on Wednesday we are able to produce a document that will guide all of us. And we really need to make sure that it's a workable, actionable document that will be the roadmap in the primary school education. The following announcements, please. Lunch will be served in 2 serving points. The dining room is small to accommodate all of us. There will be those who will go to the dining room, and in no order of preference. Babang ba ipatla pela MEC khale le mona ke fam ba bang ba sa hloleng ba kopanang le yena nako ngata space. The officials ke a go mo fan space ya kopana le ba teacher ka utlwe ditaba. And then there's also the second serving room. As you move out of this conference hall, you turn to your right. There's also another serving room there. So let us just divide ourselves nicely. Others will be going to the dining room, and others will be going to the room next door. Yeah? Mr. Tswai is requesting to meet with the panel members. Especially the following. We have also identified principals and teachers for being members of the panel, MEC. The principal, Memo Pedi, the principal of a Chanchalo primary school in Lejuelipuza, will be a member of the panel. We have also identified 2 departmental heads. Ms. Twala, departmental head for mathematics from JJ Kubeka, will be there. We have also identified the departmental head for languages, MKS Mamadi from Retsamaile primary school. But above all, we have also identified an EEDN is a practitioner memo training from Ntataise ECD. So those panel members, the panelists, together with Memudiba, our director from DBE, we request that you meet with Mr. Tswai during lunch, just for all of us to prepare and get ourselves ready for the discussions. And then all our scribes, Mr. Sbu Majola here, those who don't know him in the office of the MEC, we request the following people who are going to serve as our scribe: Mr. Khobe, Mel Lebohang Mufokeng, Mr. Mohapi, Me Murake or Me Palule, as well as Me Fisachi, to meet with Mr. Sbu Majola. You know, so as to get ourselves ready for tomorrow, as we'll be doing the work. When you look at the document given to you, attached to the program are the guiding questions. Guiding questions. Please, we are requested that today after the session you must go through all those. Now, Commission 3, Commission 3, the MEC has also made an input during a speech now that we must factor in the issue of the softer skills for the teachers. What are we going to do to capacitate the teachers, to support them as they are dealing with these challenges? So it's not captured, but let's include it there, you know. Then all the scribes must meet with Mr. Sbu also during lunch. Then all delegates that used the hotel parking, they are requested to register their car registration numbers. You will go to the area where you registered this morning, just to register your car. And then lastly, those who are coming outside Bloemfontein, where accommodation has been arranged, you are even all the officials and teachers, everybody who are coming from outside, you are requested to meet with the district CESs to manage the issue of accommodation. Because we are managing that. Le kai ra memana tlo ho mogotsi ha re la o sa mengwa o bitsa e mong a kere. But we will deal with that. Jwale mothimo re o ska tshwenye re sebetsa jwalo primary school. I am told I think I've addressed all the announcements. That is why Rally Pedi. So please, colleagues, the panelists meet with Mr. Tswai, the scribes meet with Mr. Sbu Majola to deal with all other issues. We are now breaking for lunch. May I request that we be seated. If you look at your time there, it says lunch 14 to 14:45. But I request that because of the number of people we are having here, let's make sure that by 15 hours, agere nerekopa batho ba ne ba rongweng ba bo hopa o so bo Dalesville ba tlileng agere na le batho ba rongweng ha ba tloa utho o tla toropong, manage time 3 o'clock be re dutse re gona o etsa man. Thank you very much. Let's break. Let's go for a break. And that is why. Liz Boo, please come forward to the podium so that batho ba kgone ho le bona. Tswai, Mr. Tswai tlo pele mona batho ba kgone ho bona. Boo tlo pele mona batho ba kgone ho bona, please. That is why. Panelists, please come to the podium to meet with Mr. Tswai. And the scribes, please come forward to meet with Mr. Zbu. Mr. Mokhorosi, agora ba kene ka mo ntate. Jwale member tsa team ya ka le bona ke tsebe jwala ba kenye batho. Colleagues, thank you very much. ZZ, re ba dule fatshe mo ntate. Cindy, aba kene hlemme. Ke kopa le kwale menyako yo kaofela mo. Re kopa re kwale menyako. Abana bona bana. So no what is that? Mara kare bakas na le tsa ba re mo kana mane e mo tsa unless ba dula mo fatshe wa ba tla nyolo a bene mara ke re tlo ba fa dilo o tla ema ha mo ba fa dilo ba tla ema gore ba ye fatshe ka ba bitsa mago ba ile ke tla ba bitsa. Thank you very much. Ndare Tladi, Ndare Phako. Are dulem fatshe Principal ya le re tlhabetse dula fatshe ke ne principal le re tlhabetse dula fatshe a se coffee fante mo a se believe. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We now get to the panel discussions, where we really want all of us to engage. The topic that we gave to the colleagues, is innovative approaches to ECD and primary school teaching, improving learner performance. Now, the colleagues who are going to form part of the panel, our panelists, are from our schools. We identified colleagues from our schools who are going to share the expertise and the experiences, what they are going through on daily basis to improve learner performance. The chairperson of the panel is going to be Mr. Tswai, who is our CES responsible for mathematics and science in the primary schools, is going to be the chairperson of the panel. Now I'm going to request the panelists to come forward. Mudiba, who is our director from DBE, who is going to be the panel member. Memudiba. Thank you very much. The second member of the panel, Memopedi. Memopedi is the principal of Chanchelo Primary School in Bothaville. It is one of our primary schools that is doing very well. Memopedi from Chanchelo Primary School, Bothaville. Primary school that is also doing very well. You can see how we mixed the panel members. We have got a DBE representative, a principal, then also departmental heads. Then we have got Metwala. Metwala is a departmental head from JJ Quebec. Metwala from JJ Quebec. He is the departmental head for mathematics. Metwala, I'm told I must also correct it because of hard work, she is no longer a departmental head. She is a newly appointed deputy principal. Then, I go to Mesebiti Awolate. You are one of them. Then, the next panel member, a departmental head for languages, Ms. K.S. Mamadi from Retsamaile. Nangi. Then the last one, we have Me P. Mutswening. Me Mutswening is from Ntataise, Early Childhood Development Center, ECD Center there. Now, colleagues, these are our panel members who are going to give their inputs. Let's give them a round of applause. Technicians, we will need the mics for the colleagues. Thank you very much. Let's welcome Mr. Tswai, who's going to lead the panelists. Let's welcome Mr. Tswai. A round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Program Director Ntatemukwaba. Let me recognize and acknowledge the MSc, the HOD, and senior managers that are present here today. I think the HOD has already said protocol. Today's, as Ntatemukwaba has just introduced it, brings together passionate voices and forward-thinking professionals who are reimagining the classroom. You know, when you talk about innovation, we're talking about coming up with new things. So they are championing child-centered learning and are basically unlocking new strategies that would into centering of primary education to innovative learning environment. Now, the MEC has already indicated we are centering primary education, and this means to innovative environments. So as we dive into this discussion, I encourage all of you to participate, and wherever you are sitting, think of an innovative input into whatever the colleagues are going to share with us. So this topic, it holds immense importance because it speaks directly to the foundational skills at these early stages of education. It's an important topic. And if you look at the issue of building strong foundation, innovative approaches in these stages can have profound and long-term impact on learner performance and overall success in life. MEC just made an example of Tumo Kisiswasisol, which she learned way back. She never forgets about it. You know, those of you that know about Amakeia and how you learned about Amakeia. So, and all those teachers that used to teach Amakeia, they will come to the class making noise about Amakeia, and then you know that Thursday is a Donderdag. It's also about addressing systemic challenges. We have one commission that works with particularly issues about overcrowding. It talks about resources. So this is also an issue that the HOD raised. And innovative methods can be so powerful for learners to learn. Now, the format of the commission, ladies and gentlemen, I spoke to the panelists here and say it's an open one. It's an open type of discussion. I'll ask them questions, and I allowed them that they have prepared presentations they can share with us. But because of the limited time that we are allocated, each one of them, if he or she is doing a presentation, would have to take about 10 minutes. 10 minutes each, and thereafter, another one. After all of them have presented, I would also allow the House to make inputs and deliberations on what the colleagues would have presented. Now, the questions that I want to put through, that the colleagues would address if they have, if they don't have in their presentations, or if they can respond to them, are issues on understanding innovation in the primary schools teaching. If they can put us in an understanding of what is innovation in primary school teaching context. They can also share with us example of innovative teaching or methods, teaching methods or tools that significantly improved learner engagement or performance? That's the first question that I have to the panelists. And obviously, Mem Diba, from a different context, should also respond differently. The other question that I have is the impact on learner performance. How do we measure the impact of innovative practices on learner performance, especially on literacy and numeracy? Have you observed any unexpected outcomes out of an innovative approach that you put through, positive or negative? The colleagues might state that, from implementing these new strategies. I also want them to look into the aspect of teacher development and support. What kind of professional development is needed to equip teachers with skills to implement innovative practices? And how can school leadership support teachers in experimenting with sustaining the new approaches? I think I'm going to stop on those three. I've got others that I think after they have shared, I will ask them. And then we will start in the order that they are lined up in the program. We'll start with Me Mudiba. You have the presentation. Must I put it on or? Yes, okay, thank you. Please welcome Me Mudiba colleagues. Welcome. You can talk to this one or, yeah, okay.
Thank you very much, Ntate Tswai, and to the Honorable MEC, Dr. Mabuya, who will forever remain my DDG of curriculum at the DBE, and the HOD in absentia, senior managers from the province and the districts in the Free State, teachers, circuit managers, everyone, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Dumelang. Goeiemiddag. I know that this is the graveyard session, but I was hoping that, the aircon will keep us awake. So, colleagues, I have prepared a presentation on this topic about innovative approaches to teaching in primary schools. If you can please assist me with, this is not similar to my laptop, so I'm not sure what is happening here. Yeah, but in the meantime, colleagues, the topic that we are going to be discussing is related to innovative teaching approaches in primary schools. And I'm happy that, the MEC, the HOD, and other senior managers, have come up with this theme of centering primary schools, centering primary education, because that is where it all begins. Without a proper foundation, without ensuring that our learners are properly grounded in the foundational skills of reading, of writing, and reading with comprehension, as well as counting or numeracy, then we will forever come up with interventions in the FET phase, particularly in matric. So it is very important that we refocus and reconsider our approaches to teaching, especially in the early grades in primary school. So I have prepared this very short presentation, and in my preparation of the presentation, I also included early childhood development, because this has now become a function shift. It's part of the DBE. And for learners to be able to thrive throughout primary schools and beyond, they need to have access to quality early childhood development. and they also need to attend grade R. So now, when you look at research, what does research tell us? And research has been conducted over the years, and it tells us that over the past 30 years, this is research telling us that the most important period of human development is from birth up to around the age of 8 or around the age of 9. Therefore, it's very important that our learners are exposed to good and quality early childhood development programs. And it is during these years that learners will develop their cognitive skills. Cognitive skills don't develop when learners start formal schooling in grade R. They precede grade R. They start, I think, even before they start in crèches. So cognitive skills are development, emotional well-being. Learners need to be taught about emotional well-being, about how to express themselves, and also how to regulate their emotions. Social competence, how to interact with other learners, physical as well as mental development. So these are some of the important skills. Now, in terms of teaching, I'm just going to fly through the slides because I've got other panel members who have to present. So these are the lifelong learning areas, and where it all begins is with basic numeracy skills, problem-solving skills, language acquisition. Learners need to acquire language, and this is why it is important for learners to be taught in a language that they understand best in the early grades. It is also about perceptual motor skills, perceptual skills development. Learners need to know the difference between left, right, backward, forward, and stuff like that. So now, what are some of the innovative teaching approaches that we are implementing in the sector? One of them is called play-based learning, and I'm sure that a lot of the subject advisors in the Free State have been exposed to workshops that showcase how to implement play-based learning. And the methods are very simple. It's all about storytelling. It's about role play. It's about educational games. And play-based learning should not just be random. It shouldn't be chaotic. It should be planned. Teachers need to plan for play-based learning so that it becomes organized and that there is an outcome at the end of the lesson. And this teaching approach is best for foundation phase learners, and the outcome is that of a joyful, as well as learners that are engaged. And learners learn best, and I think even adults, we all learn best in very relaxed environments. We all learn best in very relaxed environments, and this is why we are now advocating for play-based learning. And MEC, I'm happy that we've got universities that have been invited. We have academics attending this summit because we need to work collaboratively with universities who are responsible for training, teachers who are responsible for training our ECD practitioners on how best to embed play-based learning in our initial teacher education programs. So the next slides are just examples. In case somebody disputes this, these are just examples of how far Free State is with regards to implementing play-based learning. We have been working with UNICEF in this regard, and they have distributed the bricks. And these are the resources that are used for play-based learning. So it is very important that when we organize schools, and principals are here, classrooms, they need to be organized, they need to be relaxed environments to encourage play-based learning so that learners are able to acquire the relevant skills. And it is equally important to ensure that outdoor spaces are also relevant and safe for learners to learn and explore. So these are just examples of how schools can go about this in terms of attires. We don't want to see learners in grade R or even in the ECD wearing formal clothing because it will restrict them from being engaged in play-based learning. They shouldn't be wearing ties, they should be wearing relaxed attires. Now, in addition to that, we also have inquiry-based and problem-based learning. And colleagues, I was telling somebody the other day that knowledge is everywhere. there is no need for us to be telling learners, in as much as memory is important, but I think we need to move beyond teaching approaches that just lead to learners regurgitating knowledge. Because knowledge is everywhere. If you want to find out what the capital city of the Free State is, it is easily available. You can Google that. In fact, I think even Google is becoming redundant now because we are using ChatGPT, we are using Meta. And I know a few people who use ChatGPT as their therapists. But anyway, the teaching methods that are very innovative that we need to start thinking about and we need to start introducing in our schools are those of problem solving, because knowledge is everywhere. So learners need to come up with solutions to real life problems. What is a common problem that is found in areas that they live in? Is it littering? And if it is littering, how can that problem be solved in a way that is environmentally sustainable? We should also take into consideration that, and I think the HOD mentioned that we don't have any homogeneous classrooms. If you've got a classroom with 40 learners, all those 40 learners come with 40 different characteristics. They learn differently, and therefore in our preparation for teaching and learning, we need to ensure that we take inclusion, which is a key principle in our curriculum, into consideration when we plan, when we teach, as well as when we assess. Differentiated teaching approaches are very important. And technology, many of these learners, it looks like they were born with technology. It looks like it's embedded in their DNAs. How often do you buy a gadget at home that does not come with an instruction manual, but then you give it to any small child and they will be able to show you how to actually operate that? And this is why we cannot be clinging to the teaching methodologies of the 70s. I think Mr. Tswai mentioned that recitation that we all did, and where people would just be barking at the words in the recitation and not actually understanding the meaning of what those words are. So we need to come up with innovative approaches such as technology. And also what is equally important is to ensure that we provide learners with feedback of whether or not what they have learned has produced the desired outcomes. And we can only do that if we incorporate formative assessment into our daily teaching and learning. Very simple. Formative assessment, you engage with the learners, just to track if they are following the lesson, just to make sure that they have understood concepts that have been presented. And these days we commonly call it Assessment for Learning, AFL. And I believe that the teacher unions have been working with several provinces to roll out formative assessment or assessment for learning. And lastly, one of the innovative teaching approaches that I'm going to be talking about today is that of cross-curricular or thematic teaching. And this approach is very relevant, particularly in multi-grade contexts, where you have 2 grades in one classroom. Sometimes it's even multi-grade and multi-phase. So it can work best in such contexts because you organize teaching around a single theme or a topic, and then you also try to demonstrate the connections between the different disciplines or subjects. For example, you have a subject called social sciences where learners they are taught geography, they are taught the water cycle, and in the water cycle they are taught different concepts such as evaporation, transpiration, etc. Now, the very same topic can be found in natural sciences and technology in the intermediate phase. It is very important, colleagues, for learners to understand that the evaporation that is taught in geography and social sciences is the same concept that is taught in natural sciences and technology. There's no evaporation for geography, there's no evaporation for natural sciences and technology. It is the same concept, it means one and the same thing. And therefore, this is why it is very important for universities to work with us to ensure that at initial teacher education training level, all of these teaching approaches are embedded in the curriculum at universities so that we are able to have teachers who are capable and competent of not only knowing the curriculum, but of being capable of delivering the curriculum in a manner that learners will understand best. And lastly, I'm just going to be talking about system-level implications of innovative teaching approaches. These require that our teachers are well-trained, they have to be well-trained, they have to be well-versed in content as well as in methodology. At school level, supportive leadership. School principals, departmental heads, we have to provide support in that regard. Access to resources, alignment with curriculum, and at district, provincial, and national level, we need to ensure that whatever it is that we implement gets monitored on an ongoing basis. And therefore, monitoring has to be embedded in teaching and learning. So this is where I'm going to stop, chairperson of the panel, and I will respond to the other questions at a later stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor Modipa. Colleagues, next in line will be Mayor Mopedi. And in her presentation, she talked about technology integration. From Ntate Mautswa's presentation, he talked about talking pens. And Ntate Mloe, I think I want to go and see these talking pens. I've never seen something like that. It's a...
Kena monana. Sticky salakisi. The USB drive.
Talking pens, Ntate Monso. Have you seen it? Okay. I'll see that one. Right, colleagues, that was a presentation from a different perspective, a high-level presentation at DBE level. Now we're going to receive a more practical presentation at school level.
No, I was coughing actually.
At school level, from a principal's perspective.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me acknowledge the presence of our Honorable MEC, our HOD in absentia, and also let me also acknowledge the presence of the acting DDG, Ndate Munan. And also, No, it's like when I thought of him, like I got shaken. So let me just say, colleagues, protocol is established, and I thank you very much. Colleagues, thank you so much. I wanted to see if maybe you are still awake or maybe you are still sleeping. Because this is the critical moment to present as the principal of the school, and you cannot present after lunch. Yes. Now, colleagues, MEC, I had two presentations. I wanted to brag about my school, but I felt that the bragging won't help. But I am here rather to assist other principals so that they also perform. Because what we want is the Free State that is better. We want the Free State that is performing at a certain level. So all the schools that are here, I want to believe that after all the presentations, we are going to be better people. I am Memo Pedi, by the way, from Janjelo Primary School. And already the topic has been discussed with you, colleagues. My take on this presentation, MEC, is to say I am just fertilizing the soil because we can plant. But if the soil is not fertile, then it means it is as good as doing nothing. Now, I also chose the systems that are working for us, the ones that were researched, and I want to believe that, or I want to be today the testimony to say these systems are working for us because I am using them at my school and they produced the desired results. I chose WSE MEC as a mechanism for improving learner performance. Now, as and when I was preparing this second presentation, I was asking myself, how is it going to help other principals? How is it going to help other managers so that they improve and perform better? Now, this is the structure that I came up with. Now, when I was listening to Ndate's presentation, one of the principals from Botshabelo, Ndate talked about identified some areas of improvement. Now, this is where you start as a principal. You start with your evaluation process. Now, when you go to the doctor, you say, "Doctor, I am coughing." Now, the doctor will start evaluating you. Now, here is the process of evaluation. I use the SWOT analysis at my school. And this SWOT analysis, I'm still doing it every 3 years. I do it at my school. And also, remember when you do the SWOT analysis as a principal of the school, you look at the overall review of the school. That's what you do to say the learners are not performing in mathematics, the learners are also not performing in home languages. Now, number 2, I touched on the commissions. I like this part where it talks to the commissions. Why? Because that is where you involve all the stakeholders. You cannot just say, I was performing at 50%, now it's 2025, I'm performing at 20. It's not the responsibility of the principal to teach mathematics, but the responsibility of the principal is to ensure that the teachers who are teaching mathematics, are they equipped in terms of teaching the mathematics. So these commissions, we're having 9 areas of evaluation in terms of WSE. Now, I chose this mechanism because it has worked for me. And if it has worked for me, it will work for everybody. Now, number 2, you have your SSE. What is your SSE? It is the mirror. And all the principals and departmental heads and the teachers who are seated here, they have these documents. But I want to believe that if they are correctly implemented, they will fix the broken schools. They will fix the schools that are underperforming. Because we are looking at the performance, but we are not looking at the soil, whether is it fertile or it's not fertile. Now I move to number 3. Number 3 is your SDP. Now what is this SDP? It goes hand in hand with your SWOT analysis. Now you come up with the school's development plan. That is the document that you're going to utilize for 3 years. You outline all the activities in this document. And I call it my macro planning. Remember, in terms of the commissions, all the members of the staff are in the know. All the stakeholders are in the know of this school's development plan. Now, from this school development plan, we move to number 4, which is the school's improvement plan. And both of them, they are linked to the budget. What informed number 3 and number 4? Your reports. Remember, you get your visit from WSE, you get your visit from the district office, and they will inform these 2 documents that I've highlighted here. And I call it my planning process. Now, I have highlighted on 9 areas of evaluation. Why are they so important? These 9 areas of evaluation, this is a school. It's a management of the school. And these areas are the ones that gives us the results as a principal. If they are well communicated with the teachers, and then we implement. Now, that is my implementation process, meaning I'm talking to 3 processes. I've talked to evaluation, planning process, as well as implementation process, because that is the most important process amongst others. And we set also as a school to say, how can we align? How are these 9 areas going to work for us as a school in terms of improving learner performance? 1, I've aligned learner achievement, quality of teaching and learning, and educator development. Now, all the presenters who are presenting here, they talk to educator development. They talk to quality of teaching and learning. Now, what does this give us? both of them, they give us the status of teaching and learning. That is where it is determined whether you are performing or you are not performing. Now, the second one, the second alignment. May I please have water? Sorry, colleagues, yeah, kushula. It's very hot.
Colleagues, let me protect Mayor. Mayor, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Chairperson. Now, the second one, the second alignment, basic functionality of the school, curriculum, and resources. We've been talking about this. Leadership, management, and communication, aligned. That is my number 2. But now, these are the factors that impact on teaching and learning. You might do whatever, but if these are not happening at the school, are we going to have learners who are performing? Are we going to have the teachers who are performing at the level that we want? It won't happen, right? Now, the last one, schools infrastructure, parents and community, school safety, security and discipline, governance, and relationships. Now, also, this alignment also, it gives us the factors that creates a conducive environment in terms of teaching and learning. Now, quite a number of my teachers will be asking, ma'am, why do you like this mechanism? I like this mechanism because it is so practical. It gives you the what, the how. Very simple. And if we go back to it and go through each and every area, you will see that this is the mechanism that could also assist our province in terms of improving the results. Now, I said the basic functionality of the school. Colleagues, can you manage the school without policies? Can you manage the school without policies and that are not communicated to all the stakeholders? How are you going to be held accountable? Now, I think in my previous slide, I almost forgot the most important thing. That is your year planning. I did not touch on it, and it's the most important document, your year plan. Do you see number 5? That is the year plan. Now, I wanted to talk to accountability. Now, when you have your year plan, remember all the activities that are outlined in your year plan. These documents, 1, 2, 3, they should be your Bible. These are the documents that you use to hold people accountable. To say, but we said we're going to achieve at this level. Why didn't we? How can we help you?
Madam Perry, I only have 1 hour.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry, Ndati Chairperson. You know, when I talk about WSE, because this is the system actually that has helped me. Now, in a normal school, if you're having challenges in terms of learner absenteeism and teacher absenteeism, are we going to achieve the desired results? We won't be able to. So these are the most important things to say. Let us have processes and procedures in terms of addressing. That is how you fertile your soil. Because the WSE on its own, it creates a conducive learning and teaching environment. Leadership and management and communication. Now, I must say, Chairperson, this one is the most important one. Now, the rise, MEC, and the fall of the learner performance is in the hands of the SMT of the school. If they don't give direction, I mean, your work is just to give direction to the teachers so that the teachers will be able to give direction to the learners. Now, if they arrive at school and they don't know what is it that they must do, what is expected of them, they will do as they want, right? But the SMT of the school, they have the responsibility to ensure that they give the direction. But how do you give a direction if you don't have a plan? How do you hold your teachers accountable if you don't have your plans? Now remember, we talked to this, but it is the implementation stage. That's where we are implementing our plans. They must also promote quality of teaching and learning in the school through appropriate curriculum, physical resources, and human management. Nowadays, people don't want to be held accountable. But we need to hold everybody accountable, even the learners. Now, if we hold them accountable, they will understand. But how do you hold me accountable if there are no targets that are set for me? I am just being there for the sake of being there. I don't know what is expected of me. So that is why I'm saying our weakest link could be our SMT. They also manage staff relations through sound discipline and dispute resolution. Colleagues, the school where there are conflicts, we can never have desired results. We are always fighting in meetings. We are, let me show you the importance of this. You'll be having your briefing session. What is a briefing session? I must go to the staff room and brief you. It's not a meeting. I am telling you, I am giving you the direction for that particular day. If I say it takes 5 minutes, let it be. Remember, the core is teaching and learning. Now, our SGBs, as uneducated as they are, but the role that they play is massive, I must tell you. But who has the responsibility to bring them on board? The principal. What is it that you use? The policies. You are not leading outside the policies. Me, MEC, Renali Dibeta as principals, Renali Dibeta as managers. These are the tools that you are using. Remember the responsibility of the SGB. What are they doing? They are supporting us so that we get the desired results. Now, how do they support us? They are the policy makers. And who are we? The policy implementers. Simple as that. And I'm worried. If the schools are having policies and the SGP members are not even conversant with them, then it means in those schools we can never get results. Now I wanted to talk to quality of teaching and learning. Effective time management of teaching and learning. Colleagues, I've already touched on that. We cannot have meetings when we have to teach our learners. We need to protect the teaching and, this, it creates the atmosphere, it creates the culture of teaching and learning. Ndata Munju said something. He said, the learners are going to school and coming back without being taught. It's because of this. We don't respect teaching and learning time. And 7 hours that we stay at school. MEC, before the extra classes, before we can even start with the extra, how can you do the extra classes before you teach the learners? If you are not protecting teaching and learning and then you are saying we're going to have the extra classes, who's suffering? We are mentoring our learners with extra classes if we are not doing justice. Creation of a positive learning environment through management of learner discipline. Colleagues, code of conduct. There's something that I like about my parents. If the teachers did something wrong and they'll come to me and say, but principal, according to the code of conduct, this was supposed to happen. You know why? Because I communicated the code of conduct with them. They know the contents before they could sign. They know that if learners are doing this, this is going to happen to them. Resources. Why are we providing resources, colleagues? To support teaching and learning. I cannot be standing here. I said to you, I don't teach mathematics. But technically speaking, I'm a maths and home language teacher because I account for those results. I'm going to be fast, Chairperson. I'm almost done. Right. Sorry, colleagues. I have flu, so my voice. These are things that you know, right? All these things that are flagged here, we know that they must happen. But sometimes, go to those schools that are underperforming, they are not there. These are basics, but they are very critical in terms of learner performance. Now, when I talk to quality of teaching and learning, I would like to refer to the teach and assess strategy. You teach your learners, you assess your learners. After you have assessed, what is it that you must do? You must mark so that you get a report. And after marking, you do the corrections. And that is where our first level of assessment starts. It doesn't start with the formal activities. It starts with the informal. Now, when you do your corrections and you see that the learners are still struggling with this topic, go to corrections of corrections. It's good. I'm moving fast, Chairperson. I'm almost done. I've also touched on curriculum provision. And I remember this first part. Yo, Ntate Munchu will kill you, colleagues. Let me tell you, he has visited my school. And fortunately, I was not found wanting. I was at least at 40-something%. Now, colleagues, we procure, right? We buy books. We distribute. But retrieval, we need to fix that. Because we'll forever be buying textbooks year in, year out. We won't be able to move. Remember, we are saying we want to ensure that our learners, they move from paper to ICT. When are we going to get to that level? And you establish and maintain a relevant curriculum information management system data, maintenance of curriculum structures to provide curriculum support to subject teachers. Now, your PLCs. Colleagues, I did not understand the issue around PLCs, but now I understand, because PLC, it's a setup like this, where we are sharing best practices. You won't take them all, right? From this summit, don't take them all. Just take 1 or 2 that you go back home and implement. That's where you start. And that's how you put an elephant in a refrigerator, all right? Why I loved WSE as a mechanism for improving learner performance, because it talks to mathematics. It talks to home languages. And when you peruse that document, it tells you exactly what to do and how to do it. So go back to those areas. We normally complete it in September and then we submit. I don't do that, never. Because that is a working document. That is a document that helps me to give my school direction. If I don't have that, what is it that I'm going to use to navigate through? Nothing. The teachers will do as they please. I'm the principal there, I must give direction. And I'm the principal there. I must develop other managers. Thank you. School safety and security and discipline. I've touched on discipline, both for teachers and learners. Now, the health and safety security policies, do we have that? These things, they matter, but they have an impact in creating a conducive environment for teaching and learning. Now, the safety practices against potential hazards, safety regulations that aim to ensure that safety of the learner, staff, and visitors on the premises through the access control, regulations in compliance with the legislation, learner discipline, policy, and procedures. I've touched on this one also. Very important. You cannot have both learners and teachers who are ill-disciplined and you think that you'll get the results. Colleagues, go back to the basic functionality of the school. It talks to simple things that matters. Late coming is a misconduct. And if you don't address that, it becomes a norm. We are doing what is wrong right, and it cannot be correct. I'm almost done, Chairperson.
One minute.
And I've listened to the principal and he said, my school is one of the cleanest school. And let me tell you what I use. I use PDMS. It works for me. It gives them direction. They know. PMDS. I can't PDMS. But thank you so much. Now, these are the most important things. And then let me show you how these things that I've mentioned here, actually impact on teaching and learning. They can impact negatively. Now, the ablution facilities that are proposed, if they're not in working order, the teachers will come and say, Principal, learners must go home. Why? There's no water. What are we doing? Parents and community? Colleagues, we talked about this. This is the most important thing. I've got 3 meetings in each and every term. 1, I've got a general parents meeting. 2, grade meetings. 3, one-on-one meetings with the learners who did not perform well for that particular term. And then 4, I also engaged those who have performed well to encourage them to do more. I'm almost done, Chairperson. And in closing, let me say these things, when you implement them, they are not easy. They are not as easy as you present them in front of these people. You've got challenges. People will come and challenge you. But let me tell you one thing. I chose this code because it works for me. It motivates me every day. And it is by unknown. I don't even know the person who came up with this code. I really don't know. And I quote, the true measure of a leader is not the number of people who follow her, but the number of people who are passionate about their work. And I close quote. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mudperi. It is hot up here. Colleagues, give a round of applause. That was innovation at another level. Innovation. Even though you have agreed on the time frames, somebody comes here and then does something else. All right. Thank you very much. The next presentation, innovation in primary schools. At another level again. Now we go into departmental heads. We'll start with the departmental heads, mathematics, Metwala. Metwala, please come forth. Colleagues.
Let me just clean them one more time.
Yeah, okay, fine. Okay.
I'm not going to dwell on the presentation.
Over to you, Mayor.
I'm very short, Lord. A very good afternoon to our Honorable MEC, Dr. Maboya. Can I just observe the protocol and greet the House at large? It is unfortunate that I come after such a powerful speaker. And I believe that my height for this instance will work for me. I'll be very short as my height. Because I know that I'm a maths teacher and I honor time. And I understand that we only have 1 hour, and that is why. So I'll just do the justice in that is why, because when we are receiving the mandate from the MEC, it was that as we come and address the innovative strategies or ideas, we need to be very practical. That means we need to share what exactly we are doing that is different from others. So therefore, what I'm going to introduce today, which is innovative ideas, I believe that we have been talking for years about differentiated teaching. And this differentiated teaching, I believe these are the innovative approaches. Because these, in this manner, this is the way of which, I'm used to walk around, colleagues. So when I walk around, this mic of yours is limiting me because I want to address. All right, thank you, Ndad.
Thank you very much. So colleagues, I'm not going to be in detail in my presentation. So but I'm going to speak from the heart of a teacher that believes that she's a maths guru. So whatever that I do or talk about in terms of maths, I ensure that it leaves an impact to somebody who is discouraged or not performing very well in terms of mathematics.
Okay. The Sustainable Development Goal 4 has been spoken about in a lot of gatherings, which talks about quality of education. MEC, I believe that in most of the posts in Facebook, it says, first aid is simply excellent. However, I got very disturbed about the DDG report that was done in February about the learner performance in the Free State for 2024. One of the subjects that could only reach about 50% in the learner performance in the primary school in foundation phase was only life skills in terms of level 7s. However, we are regarding ourselves as an excellent. And when you look at intermediate phase, the life skills could not even reach above 35% in terms of level 7s in that phase. LO, which is the life orientation, it is the highest in terms of level 7s in the senior phase, with only 14.3. But the question is, where are other subjects? If we are really the excellent province, why are we not achieving when it comes to level 7s? Because it's only the results that determines us to say that we are really excellent. Therefore, I believe that this gathering was most important for times such as this, to ensure that as we go back, we reflect and ensure that we make an impact in terms of a learner performance. Because I believe that the teacher's purpose in a class is to teach. And how do you know that a learner has learned? Through the results. So I'm going to allude on some of the recommendations or the strategies that can be implemented. Some will not be limited to mathematics, but even to other subjects. We know that most of the time, our learners are exposed into competitions when they're about in grade 3, grade 4, grade 5. What about the ECD? Because these learners are part of our schooling according to the new Bella Act, because now the school starts from grade R. Therefore, that means that we need to lay a strong foundation, because through these competitions such as Maths Marathon, it allows the learner to understand that they are part of the school and that they need to love numbers. Because the main purpose of grade R until grade 6 for learners in mathematics is to learn number sense. Therefore, if they are engaged in numbers, if they are engaged in competitions, they develop the love for mathematics. We are a very fortunate province whereby in mathematics from grade 4 until grade 7, for every topic at the end, there is an informal activity or an informal task. Therefore, I developed a tool which I call it informal test tracking tool. This tool whereby as the learners, they are writing their informal test according to their topic, we record the marks immediately. And the parents also sign to ensure that the parents are also involved in their children's learning. Therefore, through this, it allows me as a teacher to track my learners' performance prior to the formal task. Therefore, if I see there's a gap, because through our learning, we know that there will be a time for revision. Therefore, that time of revision, I know where gaps are, even before I see the results. Because most of the time, you want to address the learner performance after we have seen the final results of the learners at the end of the term. This, I call it a name-calling paper or a stick. We know that nowadays it's very difficult to reprimand learners in the classroom, especially after Section 10 of the Bella Act that says we cannot even scream on these learners. We cannot even point on these learners. So this name calling or the stick, ice cream stick, where I write their names, as I enter into the classroom, I ensure that my learners will not raise their hands when I ask them questions. But they know that they need to listen during the lesson. Because if I'm asking a question, I'm not pointing anybody, I'm just taking out the stick. And they must respond to me. Therefore, through that, I also see where the gaps are. Because the moment they are unable to answer me, I know that I am fast forward and they are left behind. I know that most of the time we'd be saying that we do not have sufficient resources. I know sometimes it's very difficult to set a baseline test. I'll cite an example with grade 7 where we are teaching properties of 2D shapes. When I go to my class, I'll be asking them as a baseline. I do not have any question paper, just myself being there in the class. I'll be asking them, is there anybody who knows 2D shapes? Remember that it's a prior knowledge of previous grades. So therefore, I would be saying that for those who say, I know 2D shapes, please raise up your hands like this. So those who are saying, I think I know, but I'm not sure, I'd say set them out on the sides. And those will be saying, this one is the first time that I hear of this. And I'll say, please point them forward. By so doing, already there I can see my baseline assessment to say that there are learners that think they know, but they are not sure. There are those that think that they really know these 2D shapes. So what I will do is that I start with the ones that said, I am not sure. So that as these ones respond, they can ignite those ones who did say that they do not know. Because one would be saying that, for an example, will be saying, oh, 2D shape, I think it's a square. And I'll be saying, that is a good example of a 2D shape. And these other ones that were having their hands on the side or forward, they'll be saying, I also know these 2D shapes. And therefore, through that, I know that as I lay the foundation, as a teacher, how deep should I go or how low should I go? Let's go to mutual teaching. I heard the previous speaker talking about the PLCs. It is very unfortunate that we are in the same schools. We are teaching same subjects, but in different grades. However, you don't know the content of the previous grade. Because we tend to say, "Ke bana ba ka," when they are in my class. As they leave your class, they are no more bana ba ka. They are going to somebody new. And you find that because there is no mutual teaching in the school, these learners, when they get to a new grade, they are taught the same topic differently so. Where other teachers not building from the previous teacher. You find that we are teaching intermediate phase and senior phase. You don't know what is happening in the foundation phase. However, these learners, when they transform and goes to the intermediate phase, they seems like they are seeing something new in all aspects. So as an example there, I am not teaching grade 4, but because we are introducing a new long division box method, that means I had to introduce it to grade 4, and then the grade 5 teacher took it further, the grade 6 teacher took it further, and until they reached to the grade which I'm teaching, which is grade 7. Therefore, we know that our learners in our school from grade 4 to grade 7, they are all using a box method for long division. Therefore, by so doing, we are ensuring that there is consistency in terms of the learner performance. We spoke about parental involvement. I love technology so much. I love using Google Classroom, I love using WhatsApp. But I saw a gap to that. The parents do not know how to use these apps. They do not know how to go to Google or assist these learners when I have sent an online assessment. So I started to capacitate the very same parents. Because if you can remember, the awareness of learning challenges and the benefits of education at home are only emphasized in grade 12, where parents are called at the beginning of the year and they are told or they are being asked to support these learners and how to support them in grade 12. Why not in grade 4? Why not in grade 5? So this awareness, as I emphasize on it, I also capacitate them on how to support these learners so that they can also come on board. Because as these parents are learning, they also get an interest. Because I'll cite an example. During WhatsApp, we are doing integers in grade 7. It's a new topic. So therefore, in class, I'll be taking a video. The very same video, I'll be posting it on WhatsApp. I'm not just teaching a learner, I'm also teaching the parent. Because they'll be also watching and being able to assist. As we do the lesson plans, we do have what we call the learning outcomes. Therefore, I change it to the learning intentions, where my learners know that for every topic before we begin, there is I can. The I can is more personalized, it's more learner-centered. These outcomes that I know that I want to achieve at the end of the lesson, I share with them to say, at the end of the lesson, I want you to be able to draw a 360 degrees angle, know how to draw a 180 degrees angle, know how to draw an angle between 180 to 360. And I say when they start to write their learning intention to say, I can draw an angle between 270 and 360. I can draw an angle at 180 degrees. I can draw an angle at 360 degrees. That gives them power and responsibility of their own education. Because the moment they know that they are unable to do that, they know that they are already having a gap. So as a teacher, as you can see in that picture, you see they are highlighting. I can see that my learner do not know the 5 different types of angles. As for others that they have highlighted, they know them. So that means if I have to support this learner, I know where to start. I believe that a powerful weapon, it is a mind. That means if the mind is in the right place, the attitude changes. When I enter in my classroom, I give them affirmations so that they gain confidence. The moment they say I can do it, I am able to do it. As I start and do the lesson, they are already confident about the teaching and learning in that day. Remember, I'm a maths teacher. I give them what I call the number lock. I want them to give me attention when I enter in the class. As I enter, I'll be saying number 5. They all know that they must raise their hands and show number 5. And I'll be saying multiply by 2. They'll be saying 10. They all know that they must keep quiet because they have to hear what's next. And I'll be saying plus 3. Remember the number I gave them is 5. They are not starting at 10. They must go back to number 5. So as a respecter of time, can I please conclude? Yes. Mr. B. Mukabela, Life Coach book. He has a book that talks about 100% pass. And then he asked a question to say, how would we feel if we can achieve 100% pass? Would feel good, right? And he says, what is holding us back to feel good? In the meantime, we are working on the 100% pass. Because as we change our attitude and get more excited about it, then we'll be able to achieve it. As an evidence of what I've said, that is why the chairperson, these are the awards to show that these implementations, if they are done correctly, they can change the learner performance in the Free State. In 2003, we received position 3 in the Fezile Dabi district in mathematics with an average of 60-something.
And then in 2024, which was last year, we received position 2 with an average of above 70. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Metwala. Colleagues, you can see the passion. You can see the content within. She was very practical. She was good. I'm not sure, Dr. Chuta is not here. I'm not sure if she's a deputy principal. Whether she, yes, she's a deputy principal. I think she is wrongly placed. With that mess. Right, anyway. For pedagogy, yes. That's very good. We go to the next presentation, Me Mamadi. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Me Mamadi. I must indicate, the director is saying to me, I must indicate and acknowledge that I invited her at the 11th hour. So we were still talking even yesterday. Yeah? Thank you. Please welcome her.
Good day, everyone. My name is Me Mamadi, KS, departmental head from Redzameli Primary School. With protocol established, I greet you all. Shoo. To be the last, it's not easy. It's not easy. Second last with the tone that has been set. But I will just go along with my presentation with best practices that I'll be sharing. I'll be sharing under the 4 pillars of reading, which are enabling literacy, policy, teacher development, learning and teaching, support material, parental and community involvement, classroom activities, and recommendation. Lastly, conclusion. As a departmental head, what is very important, which many of leaders take easy and they don't follow. They just let the teachers have their policies in their files. So what I used to do, what I do is those policies are not just a white elephant in their files. I ensured that the teachers understand what is expected, what they are going to teach also. And the policies are the prescribed policies for literacy. What we do is, even in the meetings, we ensure that those policies we talk about, we ensure that they are implemented, because colleagues, as a leader, what we do, we just check when we control. We go by and just check there are policies in there, and we don't check that they are implemented. So, going to the SBA. The SBA is very important, colleagues. Colleagues, it goes with the police. If you don't know your police and you don't ensure that your teachers understand the policy, which by the SBA must be implemented according to the policy. What the subject addresses also, the DHs, what they do, they just control, we just control and not check that the assessment tools which make and ensure that the classroom and also the SBA, it ensures that the subject, the SBA tools, they cover with their rubrics and checklist. So as we move by, with the teachers in the meetings, what we do, I give them the DH plan. What in details, what is expected from them. And then, when the tasks are there, I don't just tick what is supposed to be there. I also ensure that when the subject improvement plan is being implemented, we sit together and we talk about the subject improvement plan. They must know what, when they were marking, what they did when they're marking and identify in the error analysis. And I have compiled the subject improvement plan, that we talk about it and understand that when we go back in the classes, we will be implementing the subject improvement plan. With the lesson plan must also in details, it must also be a correct template whereby the teachers take it into easy that no, we are just planning for compliance, which is very wrong. So what I do as the departmental head, I ensure that the right template is being used. That goes with the police. Language, colleagues, is very important. And with our learners, when we go to teach them, we ensure that the template, it involves their focus content, very importantly so, and going with the timetable. Meaning, when we plan in the lesson plan, that the time allocated must be indicated in the lesson plan, which is the right one. Components that are there in the language, which are supposed to be followed, which are supposed to be in the lesson plan. Colleagues, it's take easy that teachers understand it, and they don't understand it. So it's very important as a leader that you ensure we put the right time. For an example, if I can make an example, which will go with the time allocation, listening and speaking, which we are not ensuring that it's 15 minutes for listening and speaking. So in the timetable, time allocated from the police, we ensure that also drop all, it's there. As a departmental head, you go around also to ensure that it's implemented. Going to the phase meeting and the grade meeting. What I do to ensure that colleagues understand in the meetings, which is phase and also grade meeting. I ensure that when I go there, I have made my evaluation that teachers have implemented in the books of the learners what the policy says, what is supposed to be there by controlling and monitoring. Also, colleagues, we know that we control and monitor, but as leaders, we don't control what is supposed to be there. We just put the green pen, which by it's not thoroughly controlled, which is the biggest mistakes, and not only at outlining what is expected from the teachers' books, which goes along with the what? With the police and CAPS. Colleagues, controlling and monitoring of in the language is very important to outline. Now, to outline to the teachers in the meetings what is expected of them in the learners' books, which are number of activities, also focus content. Colleagues, when we come to controlling, it's also very important in the meetings to outline what is expected in the departmental plan. Teacher development under the 4 pillars. As a departmental head, I will ensure now we are not only in the school, we are not only just learning amongst each other. I ensured that with the neighboring schools, like you said, you can see in the picture there, those are the other colleagues, fellow colleagues, where we share the best practices. Same applies with the lesson study. With the lesson study, as we share best practices, what we ensured is that I will ensure that person will be presenting is the one that understands the content, that knows that when we talk about comprehension, for an example, they will be knowing what is expected from the comprehension, and they will outline it and transfer it to the colleagues. So it's very important for PLC colleagues that we are not sitting in our comfortable classrooms and then we are not sharing our best practices. Moving to the workshops. When we come to the workshops, colleagues, the mistakes that we are doing is that we tend to say our colleagues went to the workshops only to find out our colleagues went to just put their names on the registers and they leave. So as the departmental head, you come back and say, okay, you went to the workshop, come back, let's sit down, let's discuss what is expected from us. And we go to the classes and do what? And implement what is expected. We are not only gonna also depend on the district and province. As individual, also as a leader, what you should do, you do what? Self-development. When you do self-development, as a leader, also, it's very important not to preach, not to just talk. What do? You go back also with webinars, going online. There are certificates, which I could not display here because of all the pictures. I have also the certificates where I go to the teachers and say, look, this is the website where you can go and do what? Develop yourself. And also, as a leader, you must not only, like in teaching, we all know that we are lifelong teachers. You must also, when you talk and say, as a leader, please do this, you must also be an exemplar. It's very important to equip yourself. So what I have done, also by going to the NTA, coming to be a winner in the NTA, I always ensure that I do give the others information and not only be the one who's winning. If we win, when I win, we all win. And as I go to address learning and teaching support material, colleagues, we all know that this is an elephant in the room when it comes to the schools with the finances. But what I will do with the principal, I will ensure that the relevant, like Ndate Monsu also indicated, we must buy the relevant books which are graded readers, especially in the foundation phase. Colleagues, it's very important that you don't give you don't give the learners just the books to read. No, you must know your learners. When you prescribe a book to your learners, as a teacher, as a language teacher, you must ensure that it's the right level for learners to read. And also, as a language teacher, you must ensure that you also read by equipping yourself and also going to the learners, reading a book at home. It doesn't matter if you are studying or it's just a book. The learners will also take that culture. And also when you stand in front of them and say, I am reading this book, it's also important that they will know, no, my teacher loves teaching, and you are instilling that culture. So, very importantly, so those readers, as teachers in the primary, if we ensure that our classes are like the one that I have displayed there, we create reading corners in our classroom to instill reading and culture in our learners, which will lead to reading with enjoyment. If as a community we can do that, and as a teacher is starting to be an exemplar, it's very important. Not also saying we depend. I also told my teachers that we're not going to depend on also a principal buying the material. What you do, we go on Nalibali. There is stories there. Very importantly, so like the Pels has said, our learners can read with understanding. So as a teacher, it's your duty to go also and Google or search for other materials where you will empower your learners. So we use also the K5 for a comprehension and also Nalibali stories. What I will do, for your class to be an enjoyable classroom where your learners will enjoy coming to school as a language teacher, it's very important that you use all the resources. So I would also take a speaker in the class and do the audio. Make the learners to listen to the story. After that, ask them the questions so they can be problem solvers and think, put themselves in the story. Also, PRSIP, which is primary school reading improvement program. It's very important. MEC, what I will say very much so with my leaders, our doctor, it's very important. PRSIP, it's a very good program, and Jolly Phonics. PRSIP, it has all the components.
Ladies and gentlemen, excuse me. Please, let's give the speaker a chance. Please.
It's a very good program, which it doesn't only give us the sound, or give us the sight words, or give us the program. All of them, they are packaged in one, whereby you can also, it's accessible to the online, where you can just Google from grade 1 to grade 7, where you can find the material. So, like you can see in the classroom, that is my classroom. It's classroom rich, where the learners, when I'm not even in the class, I have trained them to, when I get out, they read in the classroom. Also, and Tataise, like Me was reading it, our doctor, we're still using it even today to address and drill the sound, which is phonic. So it's very good when you want to drill the sound. Utilization of DBE books. Colleagues, our educators don't use DBE book. And as a leader, it's very important also to ensure that, also as a teacher, that they are utilizing DBE books. Because there are skills from the police and the knowledge that our learners inquires in there. In the foundation phase, our learners, they are cutting, they are also tracing, and that it also helps for them with the skills that they are lacking. Language is very important, and our teachers are not planning accordingly. Hence, they are not able to use the DBE books. So it's very important to ensure as a leader that the teachers are also using their DBE books. When we involve the parents in the parental and community development, colleagues, like May was talking about the triangle, I always use, we use the pot, well, in the parents' meeting, that's what we always preach. We say, "Renani ma di kotwa," whereby the one leg represents the learner, the one leg represents the teacher, the one leg represents the parent. So I take it very important. So because in the meetings, not only that we address only the finance and also talking with the parents in general. We ensure in the meeting, we ensure that we include the parents, whereby the struggling learners, the parents, we take them aside, that we teach them. When you support your learner at home, what you should do is, if you can see there are the parents, where I was teaching the parents to say A, E, I, O, U. And also, when you teach your learner, when you take the sound B and you put the vowels, when you take a sound B and with a vowel, it will be ba, be, bi, bo, boo. So when you take your time and also educate the parents, they will know what to do at home. Not only do we say we are a school and we are running a school alone. We also went outside, go to the stakeholders and say, can you please donate to us the laptops so that we can use in their languages. Colleagues, that's where we can have the videos that we Google. We ensure that our learners, we include technology when we are teaching our learners. Our learners now, if you stand in front of them and then say you're teaching, they will just stare at you like that. So it's very important to include our stakeholders. So there's a picture where they have donated their laptop to us. And also, the stakeholders that we include, when we're celebrating literacy days, we have a woman who has an organization where they publish books. She goes to the schools. She goes by the name of Chamsa. And then what she do, she makes her time to come to school to do what? To train these learners in writing, to train these learners in drama. Those learners, they make time to ensure that they also cover the talent of our learners. We cannot move from that. Our learners are not the same. So we have to, in language, we must ensure that to make a language very enjoyable, that we involve all the stakeholders. Colleagues, this is me in the classroom where I was doing digital learning. Learners here in the first picture, they are doing Jolly Phonics. In the second picture, where it's digital learning, they are doing spelling in their tablets. In the third picture, it's Literacy Day, where we have call in the stakeholders to come and join us. And when we celebrate Literacy Day, let us not make a mistake whereby we're doing what, colleagues? We are just celebrating it. With the mandate of the district, we have reading plan where you have to plan for this reading literacy days. So when you plan for them, you must know which activity you're going to do. In the other picture, it's where they are doing language games. So in their classroom, let us not only concentrate on our learners, teaching them in the chalkboard. There I'm teaching the learners that on their own, they can solve a problem. They can be problem solvers and engaging them in the what? In the teaching and learning. Colleagues, here is a reading club where we have a reading club that is functionable. When we say we have a reading club that is functionable, we ensured that in the interscene, also in the foundation phase, we have a committee, we have a file. We also ensure that our learners, they know the days that they will be going for reading club. Also here, colleagues, like we said, to boost our learners' confidence. Also to ensure that I have allocated teachers, whereby the teachers train these learners. The way these learners get to have the confidence, we have started the competition internally to say, before we go outside, we are ready. We don't just take our learners to the competition and just say they are going to participate for the sake of participating. We started to practice our learners at the starting of the year. There is a functional library whereby we have a teacher that is allocated, colleagues. In there, we have teachers, we have a timetable where teachers alternate to see that the learners, we encourage them to go to the library to do what? To take books that they are on their level. Lastly, so, like the previous presenters said, play-based learning. Our teachers' mistake that they do, colleagues, when they are in the classroom teaching the language, they always want to go to the chalkboard and write. Always talk to the learners. It's very important also to model what the learners are, you expect them to do. Also going back to saying, if you go to the level of your learners, play with them. In that way, not showing them that they are learning, they will do it and they will enjoy it. That is the skill that they will acquire. Not being aware, but they will be learning. With the recommendations, my leaders, I say we must have a system that will track the process and also ensure that our teachers are skilled also. A teacher that is skilled and have the rich knowledge of the content will ensure that they put in or they fit in to the learners the right skill and knowledge. If we could have timely so electronical assessment that will make teachers go back and learn the knowledge and the skills that are required for learners every term, that will help. Also, going with the teacher development, videos. Colleagues, what I have seen is that our teachers, they are like our learners. I'm sorry to say it. They don't want to take a book and read. Now, let's go to their level. What we should do, have videos. Take the skilled teachers. They must what? They must act out. They must teach the content in the classroom, and then we film it, and our teachers will watch the workshop, and that will stay even in their mind what they are supposed to do. That's where our educators will be able to have the skills. Going to the LTSM, our principals, also our managers, it's very important to support the educators. It's very important, in a way, colleagues, our teachers they must have Wi-Fi. Also, write books to be bought. Teachers end up losing that passion. It's because they are not being supported. So very importantly so, because it's not all teachers like myself that I will go home with work and Google and prepare for my learners. Teachers want to also use it, the Wi-Fi of the school. So it's very important that they are supported. When we go to the parental, in my recommendation, there's a project that the province have started, where they also include the parents. Ours, there also. It's very important that colleagues, the province also continue, and as a schools, we also adapted it. That quarterly so, we take our parents, where we will have them, and show them what we teach them, and also to improvise at home, and not only depend on the resources at school. Like I also said, PRSIP. My leaders, if I can plead with you, it's meant for IFAL. But if we can take it to home language, African languages, it will help. Our learners enjoys PRSIP. And it does not only take a sound. I know the Jolly Phonics is concentrating only on the sound, but the PRSIP, it's an umbrella that takes them all, which are supposed to be addresses. And the teachers, if you can see, if they don't follow the PRSIP method, they only concentrate on what? One methodology. Going to the monitoring and control, leaders, if we are not consistent, if we are not taking measures to ensure that our teachers are doing their work in the classroom, it goes with their accountability. SMTs, weekly, so like Ntate Mawutswa indicated, if you do not control weekly or fortnightly, our teachers will not do their jobs. Teachers who are not passionate, if you are not as a leader, leading by example, also ensuring that you are controlling, the same applies with the learners. If the teacher doesn't give the feedback and control the learner's book, they are not going to do their job. Same applies with the teachers. So it's very important that we don't take it lightly that our teachers are doing their jobs and then we are not controlling weekly. It's our mandate, it's our job description that we must control and monitor. And very importantly so, as a teacher or a manager, do not control in the classroom. Teachers must ensure that teaching and learning is happening in the classroom. But if you sit down and think that the teachers or the learners will do the work, and you are not leading also by example, not doing the work in the classroom, then that is a disaster to happen. Accountability. It must be at all levels. Teachers to follow ATPs, DHs to control and give feedback and account for learners' performance. Colleagues, if we are not ensuring that our teachers are taking accountability in the learners' performance, like Ntate said, I also agree with our previous speakers. Colleagues, it's very important to know that if you are not going to the level of a child, the child will fail. If you don't take time to know in the classroom your learners which teaching method that suits them, and your classroom is not inclusive, then it means it's a recipe for disaster. In conclusion, I strongly believe that the performance of our learners in languages depend on the quality of the educators and the leadership provided by the SMT. If we don't have a strong leadership who are fighting amongst themselves and who are also not taking their job very important, then it's a recipe for disaster, colleagues. The departmental heads set the tone of the department. He or she is leading. If you are not leading that department as a leader, you are taking your job, you are not seeing that you are very important and set by example, then Colleagues, we are leading for a disaster. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mema Madi. Thank you very much. Wow. Colleagues, you can still see the passion. And when Mema Madi talks about going down to their level, I've seen her doing exactly that. When she's with the learners, you will just forget that she is a teacher. So she really goes down. We're going to take the last presentation. You must agree with me. This is a very difficult session. MEC already remarked, there are no gentlemen here. It's only ladies. I represent the gentlemen that demonstrate. Okay, okay.
Are we all ready for storytelling? Yes. How many of you are ready to listen? Including our minister, wow. While Dade is doing that, I know there's nothing else for me to say. It's just been wonderful. Also, like, you must know that you work each. I really feel that there's nothing else to say except to say it's good to be in the house. Let me take this opportunity to do the special greeting to our minister. I mean, really, who would think and thought that the minister will be still sitting? That is actually talking to be passionate. Hak Freestad, hak Freestad. Let me not actually take this moment to see if I can do anything shorter than what is being said already. I'm coming from ECD sector, and in ECD sector we sing, we play, we're on the floor. Otherwise it won't be ECD sector. The song that I'm singing while I'm sitting there is the song that is saying, when we are together, we can do wonders. Can you sing just one line with me? Yes. When we are together, together, together. When we are together, together. When we are together, we can do wonders. Together, together. When we are together, together, together. When we are together, we can do wonders. We can sing it in Sesotho, in Venda, in Setswana, in Afrikaans, in all languages. My name is Pule Motsoeneng, the program director of Ntataise. And maybe I should take this opportunity just to introduce what Ntataise is. Others are calling Ntataise a crèche, a preschool, a school. They call Ntataise so many names. Maybe I should take this opportunity to introduce Ntataise as, like in South Africa, we've got so many names. First, we are called NGOs, non-government organization. Then we are called RTOs, training organizations. Then we are called civil societies. So many names, but we're standing on one thing, teaching the sector of ECD, the teachers, making sure that our children are getting the foundational learning. This is what we're doing. Ntataise is one of the many organizations that are in South Africa. And we are also one of the organizations that has got multi-organizations that are working with us that make us to operate in the 8 of the 9 provinces. We originate in the Free State, northern part of Free State. We are now on the 45th year in operation. So that will tell you that we have seen more. Maybe I should take water at this point. Thank you. I think it's also out of excitement that we are represented in many spheres in education. And today I'm so happy to be standing in the Free State. I'm sitting in the Human Resource Task Team that is working to a plan after the function shift. That's what should happen to the preschool teachers. I'm one of the committee member in that task team that are working into this. I am the member of the intersectoral forum because we are operating in many provinces. We're working with Department of Education in many ways. When we got this invitation, to be honest with you, we were overjoyed, we were thrilled, we were happy. We didn't even know where to start. And I just decided with my staff that, you know what, we're not going to teach, but we're going to share what is that we're doing. And having heard the other levels, I want us to take the lower gears, that now we are ECD. We are just born, we are babies, we are toddlers. We are the preschoolers before we can even become grade R's. I put in my presentation here that what is that we're actually doing? It started by caring. You know, after the child is being born, it needs to be nurtured, it needs to be cared for. And when people are starting to work, a child needs to be further taken to being cared for. So most of us would know that preschools also have so many names. They used to be called nursery schools, creches, preschools, daycares. We're calling them so many names. But what it actually talks to is that children need to be cared for. So what we're doing as our core thing is taking care of children, because you can imagine that if it's a baby, how hard it is for a parent to leave her baby with some people to take care until she or he comes back to work. So caring is our first element. And if you look into these circles, that's one thing that came into our mind when we're trying to come and share today, that this will go into different circles. And this topic of centering primary education to us has been something that we're excited to looking forward to. Because really, there's nowhere else to start. We have to start where a child is born. So we're taking that the next circle will be ECD foundation learning. The next circle will be primary school. The next circle will be high school and tertiary schools. So we unfold this circle from being at the center and start to grow it out. And just to show how much we need each other and how much transition could actually have a meaning if we could understand where we're coming from. So the one other thing that we're doing, we are actually taking care of stimulation. As time goes on, this thing of just caring for children, just feeding them, putting Vaseline on them, just changing their diapers, it wasn't working at all because we had to do more. So we are now caring for stimulation through play. And other people, even today, they're still thinking that we are like a dumping zone, we preschoolers, that they can just bring their children and dump them there. We're doing more than that. We're doing stimulation through play. We are actually taking care of the milestone. We're making sure that all children that are registered, we reach their developmental stages. We're making sure that children are getting nutrition. You won't agree with me, Minister, that we've seen children in South Africa that are very hungry. Children are really hungry, and we all know that if you are hungry, your mind, your brain is not working. And you can imagine these little people, they are so active, they need nutritious meals. So we're talking about nutrition, and in that sense, we're also teaching parents as well as at home to say, let's start feed children the right food. I'm not going to go into deeper thing. We're also doing observation because we also wanted to measure how children are growing. We also want to meet their needs. This is also talking to inclusion, that children are not the same. They grow in different, in the same level, but different paces. We're taking care of health and safety because if they are not healthy, they won't even make it to the primary school. We're encouraging parents also to take care of immunization, that children when they are sick. That's why even every morning we are doing health checks, just to make sure that the child is well to start the day. We also give children love, which we actually take it as the right. As right is the right of the children to be loved like dearly. We also talk a little bit in spiritual growth. We also do some cultures and belief. And while we're doing that, we're doing tolerance. I don't want to talk about the situation in South Africa now that sometimes violence is actually caused because our children won't tolerate each other. We also talk on bereavement and trauma. Sometimes we undermine children, that children are human too. They see, they learn, they pretend, they hear. They have all the senses. And sometimes we want to say we're waiting, I don't know until when, that we can talk to them about things. So the next thing that we thought we'll talk about is the understanding why early childhood development learning is so important to us as ECD sector. We are aware that if we can, there could be an ignorance of milestone and development. There will be a disaster by the time they get to primary school. There will be a disaster. We are the first practitioners that can see that this child, physically, she's not growing. Emotionally, she still needs some support. We need to show that before they can even start formal school. Developmental stages, but different pace. We're not actually frustrating children to say they should be the same. They will never be the same. We measure their developmental stages as they grow. And then we're looking into what we call educational goals. We make parents aware that children need to develop physically so that they could be fit. Before they can write, they need to develop their small and large muscles. And you know what the challenge that we're having, we providers, training ECD, is that we are under pressure. Most of the parents in South Africa, they want their children to speak English. They want their children to write 1 up to 100. I don't know why. I don't know, maths teacher will tell us. So we're making them aware, before all those goodies things can come, there has to be first and first. which is physical development, that is actually going to look at the children. We make them aware that before a child can even draw, they had to be physically fit to can sit, like a posture of sitting to be able to can write. And before they can write, they will scribble. They will do whatever it comes into their mind. And that is learning too, because it's the process to something. And that is so difficult to explain to parents, eh? Because the child will be scribbling and the teacher will be saying, well done, because the teacher is looking into the developmental stage. That this child at least can hold a crayon and she can actually move it and she can actually use the hand and eye coordination. And the parent won't be happy. Said, what is this? Are we paying for this? Just to share with you how difficult it is. We are also looking into language. There was much that said about language, knowledge, skills, mental development. There was also mention of intellectual development, thinking, solving problems. People will also even think that children are too small to can solve problems. They can. They can, mostly if we're asking them why. Give them chance to say why. We are having this guessing game that sometimes you'll say, what do you think they used to make a stone? You know, to your surprise, other child will be telling you they're using soil. Are you going to say it's wrong? The main thing is that that child is thinking. It's thinking. And others will say, but soil is very soft. Then the stone is very hard. That is concept learning. We don't need to be hard on them. They can think. They can solve problems. We are also taking care of social development, which is caring, sharing, and getting along. Language development also, that is also including expressing themselves. We want children to express themselves in their own language. Hore lebitso la ka ke nna Puleng. Le bolela hore ke hlaile pula ena. That is actually starting off the self-identity. I know myself. We're thinking that children cannot actually even get along. They can. There's a lot of fighting. There's a lot of disagreement. There's a lot of argument. Isn't it what life is? Children are like us. They're not always agreeing. They are not always as cooperative in the class like we would want them to be. But at the end of the day, it's a skill to be developed. It's a skill to be nurtured. It's the skill that needs a high level of technique to teaching, making it fun, making it enjoyable, making rules together, clapping hands together, putting some stars on the thing to say, did you see that? Tepo was able to share whatever with Tabo this morning. We're also looking into gender equality, which is actually looking at, as early as they are, we're starting to make them to be aware of anti-biases, awareness and tolerance. Children can be biased as well. Do you know that? Very, as young as they are, because they're learning from us. You know who are teaching children? Us, adults. We'll teach them. The teacher is saying, let's play together, but the parent is saying, you shouldn't play with them. You shouldn't share with them. Your lunchbox is for yourself. Don't share with anybody. That makes it so difficult for the practitioners on a daily basis, because now we are sending different messages to our young children. Others are saying I should, others say I shouldn't. We're looking into the roots and wings where children could actually also understand their surname, understand le diboko tsa bona. Hore nna ke Motaung, nna ke Mofokeng, nna ke mang, ke Motshwaneng, ke Khiba. Bana ba tsebe dintho tseo. So it starts while they are young to be able to belong, to be able to can embrace their identity. And this, all of this, the root and wings, it's actually brought to us to a wonderful thing to say it takes a community to raise a child using the NCF Birth to 4 framework. Because in all of this framework, there are activities. And in these activities, all these educational goals are embedded in this box that I'm going to share with you. And in trying to answer how to improve learner performance, I think it's been said in multiple times this morning that we have to start from the beginning. We have to understand how ECD sector is actually impacting the children's lives so that we can take from there. Before they can get into formal, they need more of play. And play, and play. Hence we say they learn while they play. And I like for the fact that now we're talking the same language with Department of Education to say it has to be a play-based. Otherwise, if it's going to be formal and rigid, it's boring. I'm just going to share with you of many other programs that we're doing. We are also offering qualification to our teachers. The one qualification that we're giving is Further Education Training Certificate, NQF Level 4, which was one of our legacy education, which is now getting to fade out. We're now going to tap into occupational qualification for the practitioners. So this box, as it is, after we train, it's good to have theory, right? It's good to have theory, and during the training, there will be theory, there will be practical, there will be role plays, there will be brainstorm, there will be all these nice methodologies that we're doing when we're teaching an adult. But after training, we know that practitioners are going to go back home and face challenges, communities. You know what I'm talking about. Other communities are less fortunate than others. They're going back to shabby shacks, and still have to change those shabby shacks to educational learning environment. They're going back to communities that are very challenged with psychosocial problems, that they don't even care about what early childhood development is all about. All they care about is that if I could have something to eat tonight. So, we're giving them this box. This box has got all the topics. About, amongst them is All About Me. That has got activities for all the areas inside the playroom. This morning I was so amazed. I've been here in classroom. I'm coming from playroom. So they have all these books, and we have integrated all these topics to the National Curriculum Framework elders, the early learning developmental areas. So for the teachers, it's no more a problem to say, what do I do? Planning for them is an easy thing, because we are also giving posters where they can actually just color in and teach. We also believe so much so that when the teachers are planning intentionally and are aware of age appropriateness, even the educational toys of this world can do, but not when the children are planning and engaging with activities. So this box is with plus 600 activities that teachers can prepare. So there's no more a struggle to can plan. We just choose an activity, and then it's got all the outcomes, it's got all the how to do it, and even the question that we can ask, talking about open-ended questions. I'm also sitting in the 2030 Banapili committee, where we're trying to map up as to how are we going to make sure by 2030 every child in South Africa will be in the form of stimulation before they can even start school. So I'm going to share with you through director, that I've got some pamphlets here. We have started a project. Did I say something wrong? We know, I must share with you, I was told by my staff last week, they say, You must be aware of protocol observed. So I might have said something wrong, but our program director.
All right, Mayor.
Yes, we are so happy that we're so happy with that to can share with you this project that we have started in the Northwest. Not that we want to work in Northwest. Northwest is also our neighbor coming from Northern Free State. We have started a program that is actually shaking the ground in terms of baselines, in terms of interventions that are working. So I'm going to share this with you.
Thank you.
The minister also visited our project. So,
Thank you.
another one, the national one.
Mayor.
I'm finishing. So we think the only thing that we can do with you as innovative is to share our goals, plans, achievements, and frustrations while we stimulating children. Let's do that. Let's share. Let us also respond accordingly, share learning and feedbacks. There's been much of PLCs that is being shared. With us, we're calling it peer learning communities. Our teachers are already tapping in there. The preschool teachers are having their own peer learning communities where they share some ideas together. So let us look into our professional learning communities as teachers, as practitioners, as parents as well. As parents, government, as stakeholders, and celebrate together. Celebrate together. We can, I like the principal who was saying this morning, if you want to go quick, go alone. But if you really want to go far and deeper, we should have the social impact. Let's work together. Everyone can contribute, and together we can build a good nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Motsoeneng. Colleagues, we have come to the end of the presentations, and I must indicate when the colleagues say it's hot here, because when you try to manage time, you look this side, you look at the MEC. When you try to stop, she looks at you. You look at the other side, the program director is looking at you. And the most difficult presentation in the Demloy is that of one slide, because you don't even see conclusion. It just runs and runs. Right, colleagues, can I take, at this point in time, just a few straightforward questions, inputs, interactions with the presentations that we had? I must indicate that they were very good in the Tetladi, quite impressive with the last presentation. I'm going to request someone just to take the roving mic. Mr. Atsu? That. Can you run around? He can be helped by somebody else. It's fine. We have more roving mics. There's another one that side. We have the first hand. Datetladi, can you also see we have a hand at the back there? You will just indicate who you are, where you come from. We also have the third one. And any other? So that's number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4. So we have 4 hands. 5 hands. That you are the 5th one, that Jacobs. Ndate Tladi, over to you.
Thank you, Program Director.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson and Director as well. I am Letuteng Tladi, responsible for ECD. I want to actually make an input. When we're talking about centering primary education, primary schools, we must never ever forget that ECD, pre-grade R, is part of us as education. So whatever that we are planning for grade R going forward, we must think about those pre-grade Rs. Look, for us to say that we've got a very hardworking and well-performing primary school, the foundation of that foundation is pre-grade R. And when we begin to talk about grade R, without saying, what are we doing to influence what comes before grade R, we are missing the point. Remember, one of the priorities are NDP 2030, okay, quality access to early childhood programs. There will never be quality at grade R and upwards if we are not taking care of. And Rona as my teacher or primary school, we must say, who are we expecting from pre-grade R? How are we influencing and assisting Bana Bamme asebetsanang le bona? Because she's in Tataise, a very big training institution. What are we doing to support them? We've got schools that do not even have relationships with ECDs around them. Let us change that attitude. Let's begin. I know district directors know a lot about ECDs, but I would want principals to begin to talk to ECDs around them. Thank you, Kikati.
Thank you very much, Ndate Tladi. Hand number 2.
The comprehensive presentation by our panel members. And then the question that I want to present before them is that, how should we support learners with barriers, learning barriers, particularly learners with clinic numbers? Over and above, you will find that we've got a school is declared as a full service school, but the very same school, it doesn't have RE class or teacher. The school doesn't have SE class. Now, Memo Pedi alluded to the fact that with regard to quality teaching and learning and quality results, now how will you produce good results with learners with recommendation that they must go to special schools? Because some of the reports that we receive will find that they are beyond our control. However, you will find that the SBST has done their job. They refer learners, completed the SNA ones and concessions and so forth. And then you'll find that these learners really, they do have impact to the results. At some point, even when you go to accountability session, when you present that these learners really, they do have impact, then the question will be, think out of the box. What can you do? But whereas the report says, these learners, they don't belong to mainstream, they belong to special schools. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Question 3. The third question. At the back.
Good evening, colleagues. Chairperson, I would like to, it's Mr. Skosana from Lister Skosana, from the Mighty Fezile Dabi. I actually have an input and a comment at the same time. Memo Pedi's presentation reminded us how important are our policies with regards to managing our education system. As we go to a bank and you request for a loan, there are specific processes that you must follow. I can comment by saying in my school colleagues, they call me a policy man. Immediately if there's a specific situation, I tell them, wait, I must consult with the police, then I'll come back to you. We are living in this generation, colleagues, whereby we have different type of learners, whereby you are also limited by Section 36 of the Constitution, whereby there's limitation of rights. Now, if I'm saying that if we look at that Section 36, we are restricted. Basically, when we look into some of the things, I'm referring to this presentation whereby he told us about loving them. But now it's very difficult right now when you are going to say we are going to love these learners. I'm just saying. Yes, madam. Protect me, Chairperson. Can I please be protected so that I can...
Colleagues, just round it up, Mr. Skosana.
The reason why I'm saying that, it's because of they have limitations whereby our teachers before, they used to give us that love. Whenever you see a learner in need, they used to give them lunch, but now it's a different story. You want to give that love, but then again, there are I don't know, limitations with regards to that. Yeah, and then lastly, I'm sorry, Chairperson. And then lastly, to our lovely presenters, what I realized in our primary school education is that visual learning, there were pictures there. That is what we should bring back to the table in our learners. Visual learning, the concentration span immediately when you showed us pictures. And the special attention to Ms. Twala. I'm glad that we are at this such gathering that I can take your intellectual property and implement it without even referencing. I thank you as I submit.
Thank you very much, Dr. Twala. We have the fourth question at the back there. Fourth. That it was Mother at the back.
Dumelang colleagues, my name is Bokante Dingwane from Kopis at Dibaseholo Primary School. I'm a foundation phase educator. I actually have an input or an add-on referring to Memo Pedi's presentation. I actually liked how she uses WSE as a tool for a whole school improvement and achievement. As I was listening to her, I thought about an instrument or a document that is used when we are appraised. The form that we use for self-appraisal. So I was thinking that if I could use, or if we as teachers could take that form and use it as we are planning or doing our lesson plannings and assessment plans, it could help us the same way that WSE is helping her, because when you look at the form, the performance standards there are actually talking to our planning. Everything that is supposed to be included in our planning, how we are supposed to deliver or implement on our planning is actually stated there or outlined there in that self-appraisal tool. So I think it would be a very useful tool to use the way that Memo Pedi is using WSE for improvement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matt Dingwana. And the last one, can you take it to that, Ma? The last one. Oh.
Thank you.
No, it was Ndade Jacobs. Yes. Over to you, Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you, Dr. Zwai. I'm going to make a few comments based on these presentations. My comments are based on learnings. The question I want to pose is, what have we learned from these presentations? And what are we going to do about those learnings as a system? Colleagues, the National Development Plan has articulated a vision that says the children of South Africa must experience the highest quality of education by 2030. We are 5 years away from 2030. And the question you can ask yourself, is that going to happen? I'm sure you can answer the question for yourself. The same NDP talks about accountability. It specifically makes the point that if we're going to improve education in South Africa, we need to hold each other accountable. That's what the NDP says. Says that is the only path to ensure that education in this country improves. I was glad to hear from 2 of the presentations, the concept of accountability came up. And I want to link it to the concept of implementation. My learning from the presentation of the principal from FESLEDA, the first presentation, Memo Peti, was an excellent example of how to implement policy. It's unbelievable what she's doing with an existing policy that we as a system have failed to implement effectively. How she's leveraged, Dr. Chuta, on an existing policy to achieve school effectiveness, to achieve school functionality. And I hope you've seen the passion with which she implements. She uses an existing policy to make her school functional. That is so wonderful. For me, that's a learning on how to implement policy, coupled with working with your team and also embracing the concept of accountability. Wonderful. The question I'm posing, what are we going to do with that experience as a system going forward? Congratulations, Madam Principal. You have also shown us the caliber of the principal that South Africa needs. And the principal who spoke in the morning, we need more of that caliber. And the question I want to pose to the district directors is, what is your pipeline to produce that caliber of principal? Do you have a pipeline that tomorrow we can have this caliber of principals? Just think about it as we're looking ahead to tomorrow. Wonderful. The second presentation by the mathematics deputy principal, what an excellent demonstration of pedagogy, how to teach. That was wonderful. What are the lessons for us from that deputy principal who's a mathematician? And also showing us how teachers need to be concerned about the content of the curriculum across the grades. You know, so that you can make a transition from the silo mentality, you know, of only being occupied with your corner and not understanding what are the implications of the curriculum for you in the grades that precede what you're teaching and those grades that are beyond. That's wonderful. The question, like I say, what are we going to do with that learning? That's expertise that is in the system. Somebody in the morning said, these are the experts from the schools. And indeed, they demonstrated the extent to which they are experts. The third presentation, for me, was a good example. Memamati was another excellent example, an example of good practice at school level on how to manage the curriculum. It was a good example. coupled also with implementing the policy which is there for curriculum management, and also the reference to teacher development. As teachers are called out to teacher development opportunities, what do they do with that knowledge when they go back to schools? Whose responsibility is it to ensure that the whole school benefits from that teacher development experience through which the teacher from the school was identified to go to a course? Because more often than not, we exposed to a situation that says curriculum management in schools is a challenge. It is not managed properly, especially at the level of departmental heads. Today, we saw a model of curriculum management at school level, which can contribute a great deal to making the school effective, to making the school functional, and also to contribute to effective teaching and learning. Now, to tie up my comments, I just want to make two more comments. The first one is on policy implementation. South Africa is recognized for having good policies, but the challenge is implementation, not only in education, across government. Internationally, we are recognized for good policies, but we are found wanting when it comes to implementation. But the first presentation showed us that it is possible. If we put our minds to it, we can implement these policies and make a difference in the lives of our children and make South Africa great in terms of an education system that can contribute over time to economic development. Colleagues, you are aware that to a large extent our system is criticized for not performing. We don't have to beat about the bush about that, it's a fact. Now here we have examples of good practice. The challenge is upscaling. How do we showcase them for learning so that the whole system can benefit? I hope the commissions tomorrow will look into this question. I hope that their inputs can find expression in the commissions so that they can also contribute to formulating resolutions that can be implemented. We need to make this summit different from previous summits. The leader of SATU in the morning alluded to that. We have had so many of these things coming a long way, but when it comes to implementation, the problem comes up. I hope that this summit will be different from all other summits, so that over time we can see what difference has it made, what contribution will it make towards improving South Africa's education system. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Tate Jacobs. And we take the last one. Last one from Mayor.
Good afternoon, colleagues. All protocol, they say protocol what? Established. Yes, I would like just to add on to what Mem Mamadi said.
Who is that?
Mem is Mem Serekwani from Fredefort Paris, Mokwallo, and I am an English teacher, grade 6, teaching grade 6. I just wanted to add on to what Mem Mamadi said, to say PRSIP is helping us. Like now when I'm teaching my kids English, I teach them the theme vocabulary words, and I encourage them to use the words in a sentence, maybe at least once a day. So I was very happy when I hear them starting to use these words, like maybe we'll be talking about idioms today, and I'll tell them if somebody is feeling under the weather, it means that they're sick. So it is very fulfilling when you hear a child saying, ma'am, they come to you and they say, ma'am, I'm feeling under the weather. So PRSIP is helping us a lot, colleague. That is point number 1. And then point number 2, I was very much happy when I heard that we are involving the parents as well. So with the graded readers books, I encourage my learners and the parents also to donate books, so that we're not only reading books from one supplier. And then the other one was that the intermediate phase, it is very difficult. So I would just like to plead with our leaders to say that please equip the intermediate teachers to teach learners how to read and write. I'm an English teacher, and it's very sad to see learners who do not know how to read and write. I try, but I always get stuck at teaching them the phonics and the sounds. But when I have to teach them forward, it becomes difficult for me because the skill that I was taught at school, it was to teach the content and not to teach the learners how to read and write, which is something that they should have done in the foundation phase. So if we are equipped to teach them that, then we can do that, because it is also overwhelming for us to come and teach the child something that you do not know of yourself. And then again, I also wanted to comment on what the MEC said, saying that we must love them. I think since last year there were a lot of ladies that have been murdered, the boyfriend murdered this. When I came back in January, I made the boy child a project to say, I am going to give them extra love, because most of the time we focus on the girls. And then the boys, we don't give them much love. And as a result, they are very resistant. Like every morning I would stand there and say, come and greet me. They would give me first and high five. And then I decided, no, I'm just going to hug everybody now. But when you hug them, you see they are resistant to love. So can we please, colleague, put our focus on the boy child, because our country now is the way that it is because the boy child has been ignored. We focus a lot on the ladies. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good inputs from ma'am. I had asked for straightforward questions, but I got more than I expected. Colleagues, the responses do not necessarily need to come from the panelists, but we can also respond to the 5 or 6 questions. I will start with them. There were more of inputs, yes, of course. Except the one of the district directors. Dr. Chuta, you're going to respond to that one?
No, not really. Thank you very much, Program Director. No, mine is just to acknowledge really the presentations. They were well prepared. Friends, principals in particular who are here, if you want to know what shaped me in particular to be, I was one of the good principals in this province. Very good primary school principals, I must say, and I acknowledge myself. Now, and one reason that made me a good principal was nothing else. And I'm vindicated today by one very key speaker. All were very good, but one key speaker was vindicated today. That if our schools can implement and operate within WSE operations, you are done. We are busy with so many things, chop and changing. When the systems and structures are there, are laid down for all of us to start implementing. That lady, don't forget presenters, as you present, as district directors, we are seated here as recruitment and selection agents. We are recruitment and selection agents. Already, come next time. Well done, presenters.
No, thank you very much, Dr. Chuta, for the input. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing the session, Ndate Mkhoba, I think I must indicate Ndate Jacobs gave a very good summary of the session. I also see another hand. Thank you very much, Ndate Jacobs. I also see another hand from Ndate Mloi. I must say thank you very much, colleagues. Can I just finish? Please allow me. In terms of the purpose of the session, remember it was about innovative teachings in the primary schools. Yes, it has been achieved, as Doctor just indicated. The presenters were well prepared, and most of my questions, even though I didn't go to some of them, like the question on the use of technology, how it was covered in the presentations, which made me very happy. The issue of, specifically when it comes to the subjects, I must indicate many innovative thinkings were demonstrated. If you look at Metwala's presentations and how she knows these things, you could see that it's things that she uses in her class, right? Ndate Jacobs, you are spot on when she talks about ensuring consistency in terms of how you take forward the content throughout the grades. It shows that she's in control. She knows exactly why it's necessary at a particular grade. That was good. The issue of parental involvement, colleagues, it kept coming in all of the presentations, basically, which shows how important it is. And I think it takes me to the question Jan Tatitladi on we living out pregator, or which is not the case, because in terms of the theme says centering primary education, and that is why we also had the EED in the panel here. And I think that is as far as I can go, Chairperson. And thank you very much, Chairperson. Program Director.
Now let's give them a round of applause. Mr. Choi got promoted. He's now the director. Yeah, no, Ralebo Memusini. And I see the House called on the MEC to receive. They requested you to receive when Mayor was saying minister. So the entire House is saying, please receive. No, thank you very much to the panelists. You did an excellent work. I was seated at the back, amongst the teachers and principals. And one thing that I noted, and they were remarking to say, MEC, this is what we came here for. As Mayor Mopedi was presenting and was saying to try Monare manager now, one of the teachers said, So they really enjoyed this thing, because these are the experiences, things that are happening, lived experiences. And these are the experts of what is happening at those schools. And thank you very much for the wonderful work that you have done. Somebody asked me, how untate? Hala is a dry run. We did the dry run ka freedom. But we really want to thank you very much, Memudiba, thank you very much, and all the colleagues. You have done a splendid work. Aki kala kire kile ka itsibisa kare nna ke moghobo akere. Jwale diketso tsa ka ke tsona tse tla reng ke Mr. Moghobo. Jwale kutle Mr. Skosana wa lista Skosana re ke nna ke Mr. Skosana re nomor e ro Skosana re tla o bolella ebe neng o Mr. O ska tata. I'm going to request Me Morake and Me Palule to do the honor on behalf of the task team members. And we will request Macmillan, if they are still here, and Oxford, if they are still here, to join them. But if they are not, it's fine. And Memudiba, we will request Memudiba. We will request Me Mupedi. We also request Me Twala, Me Mamadi, and Me Mutswene just to come forward to receive on behalf of the Tasker team. So let us team, I get the presenter since the label mefen. Let us team get nafel and that. So that's why I'm packing a qualele back. These are the beautiful ladies who are part of the Tasker team who will do so. We'll start with Me Mudiba. Let's start with Me Mudiba. Camera, Me Palule. And then Me Mupedi. Oh, Banga di Nepe. I get a good out to the Nepe, then get party a profile NTA. Oh, and Palula, let's like that. Thank you very much, Memo Pedi. Camera, receive letter now. Thank you very much, Me Mudiba, and then Memo Pedi. Thank you, Memo Pedi. Me Twala. Metwala. Then Memorake will give to Memamadi. I had that top, eh? And then the last one, Memo Training. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Can I fellows and promote them Memo Training? Mare primary ela bona de unse copans lanka ba director of primary onata. No, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost there. Tomorrow we are starting 8 o'clock sharp. We start 8 o'clock sharp. Now, the commissions for tomorrow, please check at the back of your name tag. Ne? But there are numbers there. Ne? La di bona here. Yeah, no. So those numbers there, the numbers there, we did not give officials, Bondare Munso, MEC, and all other officials who don't have name tags with the numbers. We understand some other responsibilities But if you have time, you'll come in and out. We understand that. We did not also give name tags to the district directors because you already know your responsibilities. So please, colleagues, we have tried to divide you according to the commissions. If you, the letter there or the number there says 3, it means you go to commission 3. I get that? You go to commission 3. If it says 4, you go to commission 4. So please check those. Then we also request you, please make sure that you go through the package. If you are commission 3, make sure that you really acclimatize yourself with the questions and everything and prepare yourself. We want robust and vigorous engagements during those commissions. Questions where we did not really respond to the questions. I know there was a question around referrals and inclusive. Tomorrow we have got an item that will be rendered by Mayor Kwelane, which will also then begin to speak to what you raised earlier on. Because I know there was a question, how are you going to be helped with those learners with learning barriers? There's also Commission 3 that talks more to QMS, Quality Management System, like you propose. How do you link it with a school improvement plan? Commission and that Khopane will be dealing with that also. It is also captured in that commission. So some of the questions are already captured as part of the discussions tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it now brings me, thank you very much, MEC. You are released, and we appreciate that you stayed with us up until the end. But you know what I like? MEC could be permission on now, Zama. That's my fair. What's a man's a game of Sheba Gemotonelama. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, MEC. Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure that if you have not been allocated a room, those who are coming from outside Bloemfontein, meet with the CSS from your district. They do have got all the information to help you. I'm told that Clarib must meet with Meli Supi because Mekondla has just also left. Meli Supi is managing the process of the accommodation. So on that note, thank you very much. Until we meet tomorrow, 8 o'clock, the summit is adjourned.